All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402-698. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Isla Home. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Guerin.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring, P61969, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And
Jeffrey
Mr. Foldy.
Jeffrey Foldy on behalf of Ms. Holm, who stands to my left.
Ma'am, you are Isla Home, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Guerin, how are we proceeding today?
Well, Your Honor, this matter had been put out a little bit just to get a substance abuse assessment form. Ms. Holm did get on the list. Of course, it always takes a while for them to get in, and apparently it takes a while for them to get the results as well. She took the SAA some time ago, but hasn't gotten the results yet. We were hoping, may not say we'll adjourn this, but hoping maybe that we can just sort of push this final pretrial out so that we can get those results, see them, and then hopefully come up with a resolution there. Probably wouldn't need to be past January 6th if there's still some space there. Otherwise, we could put it out farther.
Probably looking at, we're 60 days in, I think, for adjournments.
We are.
So I know the process, and you want to see the assessment before you make an offer.
I do.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Foldy?
It is, Judge. It's accurate.
All right, and so we're just waiting for the report to come back.
She actually received a message. It might be here tomorrow, which I figured is probably going to happen.
So let's see what we have available.
I've been in on that July 6th date.
All right.
Or sorry, January 6th.
I wouldn't even make it more than 60 days.
Yeah.
July 6th, so January 6th. So we'll set it for final pretrial. This is adjourned final pretrial. We're waiting for the assessment. This would be set for January 6th at 8:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Foldy. So we'll set for January 6th at 8:30. You'll get notice from my court officer. Anything else for the record in 2402-698, Mr. Guerin?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Foldy.
Just a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to the court, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Holm, we'll see you on January 6th. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, Your Honor, Attorney DeBruin is here on the Jesse Pettaway matter.
Pettaway. So we're on the record in docket TU 240349363. Is that TU?
Jesse Pettaway should be.
All right.
It's two B's.
2V 2403493, TV 240255564, and TV 240257874. That is the city of Lansing versus Jesse Pettaway. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Guerin.
Thank you. Good morning. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Ruin.
Thank you, Judge. Tiffany DeBruin on behalf of Mr. Pettaway, who is currently standing to my right at council table.
Thank you. And sir, you are Jesse Pettaway, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a formal hearing today. Mr. Guerin, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, these were some parking tickets that were the responsibility of Mr. Pettaway's daughter, but it is his car, so he's here taking responsibility for those. She tried to pay these tickets, didn't realize that the Amex that she'd used didn't go through, so she thought they were taken care of. They racked up some additional fees. She's in college. I've heard from Ms. DeBruin on this. I believe what they're telling me, they've shown me some evidence that she tried to pay. So I am willing to have these tickets be satisfied with a payment of $86, which was the original amount of the tickets before the, unbeknownst to her, late fees started to accumulate.
All right. Is that in general, or is that for, there's 3 tickets here?
3 tickets. I think the total cost for all 3 tickets was $86.
That is correct, Judge.
So it was like $25 each one, and then a little bit of extra or something like that.
All right. So how did you want, I don't want to put payment upon, Payment sufficient for each ticket. And that would be, do we have a,
How about 28.75 on one?
all right,
Sorry, Judge. I'm a little wonky today.
20,
Burn, you, Judge, do we by chance have the original ticket and with the ROA at all?
no,
That's what I was saying.
no.
The problem is, once they come to the court, we have no idea what the original price was. We only know what it was by the time it gets to us. So by the time it gets to us, it's usually in the sixties. So this may confuse the clerks a great deal.
Then they can call me and get me
Okay.
confused. So I would think it's $86 divided by 3.
That's essentially what we're.
Is that what
Which
we're,
is 28.67 a piece, but I thought maybe it would be easier to do 28.75 on one and then or 28.80 on, I don't know. I'm not good with math, Judge. That's why I'm a lawyer.
$86? Let's do 86 divided by 3 and we'll try 28.60 per ticket.
That would, yes,
Yeah,
I think
that
that would be great. I think that will eliminate any.
that
question.
eliminates any question. So 28.60 per
Perfect.
ticket. But about an 18-cent difference. Does that work, Mr. Gehring?
I think so, Your
All
Honor.
right. All right, so I'm going to, so this will be nollie crossed. Or dismissed. With original payment of $28.60 on ticket TV 240527884, and then dismissed without prejudice on payment $28.60. And then dismissed on payment without prejudice for 28.60. I just wrote each one on differently just in case they grab one of the 3. Does your client need some time to make that payment, Mr. Bruin?
No, Judge, he's prepared to pay today.
Okay. All right, so concerning each one of these dockets, 240257884, 240255564, and 240349963, the case would be dismissed without prejudice upon payment of $28.60, which was the original payment. Mr. Pettaway, you're not the first father to, I'm one of those, all right? I had a similar aspect. I have twin daughters. They're 28 now, so I'm older or old, but I had exactly the same thing. So I understand how this can happen. Anything else for the record in any one of these cases, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing further from the city.
Mr. Bruin?
Couple things, Judge. For the record, she's a really good girl.
Yeah, so are mine.
You've seen her in here with me before because she's my intern.
Okay, all right.
She's a really good girl. Number 2, I really feel like next year you need to step up your door game.
We discussed that, and we are giving historical value to my previous court officer who did nothing. He did nothing,
right.
And so I told Ms. Slaviak, you were responsible for the same amount of effort that your previous officer did, and she said that's not my skill set. I said, okay, well, he did nothing. So
So she-
I think,
At least-
I think this piece of paper might be
Yeah.
Miss Slaviak's. Yeah,
Yeah.
which we've all commented on the fonts. We got one vote for best store.
Yeah.
Not shocking.
I walked in and the first thing I said is, who is in charge of the half blank effort on the door decoration?
Yeah, you were talking to the right person.
I know, I really anticipate something elaborate and ornate next year.
No,
Right.
there's a place for those people who don't find the holidays. As a task, right?
And that's in
There's-
your office.
That's a place. We'll take that responsibility.
Someone's gotta have it.
Somebody's got to have it.
Finally, Judge, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you and your staff.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. With that being said, that's all for the record. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you,
today.
Judge.
Thank
And I will
you.
see you January 9th and meet the judges.
Yes, you will.
And I will
Yes, you
send
will.
you a link to register as a judge.
Okay, I will.
And then-
Yeah, congratulations. That's really exciting.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
You guys can follow me. I got your files if you want to make that. too.
We'll see you, Mr. Bruin.
Thanks, Judge.
I'll take this opportunity to let the two of you know, I got a job with the state of Michigan as administrator.
Well, congratulations. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
When are you leaving us?
Well, January 6th will be my first day there, so.
Oh,
I'll be
wow.
here. But
Okay, it's a nice turnaround.
it makes the W-2 situation a lot nicer.
I can imagine.
Well, congratulations.
I didn't even realize this was gonna be our last one, then I was like, wait a second,
Yeah, we don't have,
Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve,
Yeah.
this might be it, so it was a pleasure to work with you.
well deserved.
We'll
Well
finish out the
deserved.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you both very much.
All right. So Mr. Lee's meeting with some people, I believe.
I just saw him poke in as we were finishing that one up, so it looks like he's talking with some folks now.
Do we have any pro pers?
I don't believe.
I don't think so either.
What about Miss Foreman?
Keyshawn Foreman.
I don't see an attorney listed by her name.
Yeah, that's,
I think that is. Yeah, I don't have an appearance either, and I'd asked Mr. Lee about that, but I didn't receive a response.
all right.
Is it Keyshawn Foreman?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, are you represented by public defender?
I've been waiting on you back.
Okay.
Have you made application?
Yeah, I can talk.
So we'll let you talk to the public defender.
We're not muted.
Right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02929. That is the city of Lansing versus Keyshawn Foreman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And sir, you are Keyshawn Foreman, is that correct?
Sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Foreman prior to proceeding. He is having some difficulty making headway with this situation, so we have agreed that he will plead to the no license matter, but we will have a killable arrangement for no upfront jail.
No license. No license is a 90-day.
I have his 90-day $100, but we'll let Wendy verify that.
Right, and that's a fair statement, Mr. Foreman. You'll be pleading with the understanding that it's a misdemeanor, 90 days and or $100, with the understanding that you receive no upfront jail, which means that if the court was not to follow that recommendation, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, sir? All right. And you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct? All right. You have the following trial rights in this matter. I'm going to walk you through those trial rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you, to have the court order any witnesses appearing in your defense to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the never applied for a license misdemeanor. Is it your wish today to waive these jury trial rights and plead guilty to the license never applying for license? And I'm going to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to September 21st of 2024 at the offense location of Lowcroft in at or near Bel Air in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle open to the general public at Lowcroft at or near Bel Air in the city of Lansing, Ingham County? And at that time, you were stopped by law enforcement. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you had never applied for a license, so you're driving without a license.
Correct.
Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Garrett?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Is there any reason we should not go to immediate sentencing this matter, Mr. Garrett?
None, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll go to immediate sentencing on this matter. I will abide by the Killebrew agreement. So no upfront jail. With $100, we'll set $50 fine, $50 cost. Crime victims' rights fee of $75. State fee of $25. For a total on the, and there'll be no upfront jail for, I think that's $225, if I remember correctly. $225 to the city of Lansing. This will be abstracted as a misdemeanor. Do you need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing, sir?
I have to pay about 26.
By the 26th? So by January, we can make it by the new year. Is that? All right, so January, what's the new year start at?
January 2nd.
Yeah, January. Are we here that day though?
We are.
Okay. January 2nd, I have to check or else. All right, so the $225 to be paid by January 2nd to the city of Lansing. You can pay that online, in person, or at the counter. As long as the whole payment is made, you can set up your own plan, but as long as it's all paid by January 2nd, you're all set. If you don't, then you'll get caught in that show cost cycle. You want to stay out of that show cost cycle. Anything else for the record in 24-029-2929, Mr. Garrett?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Foreman, do you have any questions? You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
And Your Honor, I think we can start with Mr. DeBoski.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403-269 and 2403-270. That is the City of Lansing versus Noah DeBossage. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Noah Calvin DeBossick.
And sir, you are Noah DeBossick, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how we proceed?
Your Honor, we have two open alcohol matters from the same date. The defendant has agreed to plead to one in exchange for me dismissing the other.
All right, and do you know which one he's pleading to and which ones were?
We'll go ahead and plead to the 269 matter and drop the 70 matter.
All right. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. And so the 2403-270 is a file to be dismissed, and that is on a ticket. And then the 2403-296 is also on a ticket. That's the open alcohol in public. That's going to be the plea to. It's a 90 days and or I always get caught up in the fines on this.
It's 500.
Is it 500? 90 days and or $500. All right. And then Mr. Lee may inquire Mr. DeBossage of his misdemeanor advice of rights.
Yes, you may, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. DeBossage, you understand that this is a misdemeanor. It's punishable by 90 days and or $500. And you'll have the following rights associated with this misdemeanor plea. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You're represented today by Attorney John Lee. He'd be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. People of the city of Lansing, I should say. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the records or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the alcohol in public instead. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the 90-day misdemeanor of alcohol in public?
Yes.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
I'm going to bring your attention, sir, back to October 23rd, 2024, at the offense location of West Lenawee Street at or near South Capitol Avenue in the city of Lansing. Were you at that location on October 23rd, 2024?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, were you in possession of alcohol in public or in a park?
Yes.
Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, and you knew it was alcohol when you had it, when you were in possession. Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Any objection to immediate sentencing, Mr. Gehring?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lee, is that your request today?
Yes, please.
All right. I'm going to so file 2403-270 is dismissed upon successful plea and sentence. We take the plea. The sentence of the court at this time is no upfront jail, a fine of $75, cost of $75, crime victims' rights fee of $75, and state fee of $50, for a grand total of $270. 150 plus 75 is 225, 275. My math right? 150, 225, 275. Yeah. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Dabasic would request 60 days, Your Honor.
All right, so 60 days out would be
February 17th.
February 17th, 2024. So that'll be paid in full by February 17th to the city of Lansing. That can be paid online, in person, or by phone or at the counter. And then you can kind of set up, Mr. Bossage, you can set up your own plan up until that February 17th date, as long as it's all paid by that February 17th date, okay? Anything else for the record in 2403-269, Mr. Gary?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Dabasic, you're all set. Thank you for your
Thank you.
patience. Who's next, Mr. Lee and Mr. Garing?
We'll go with Joseph Gonzalez.
Gonzalez? Right, so we're on the record in docket 2402-280. That is the city of Lansing versus Joseph Gonzalez. We're here on pretrial in the matter. Appearances for the record, Mr. Garing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Joseph Gonzalez.
All right. And sir, you are Joseph Gonzalez, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial on the matter. That is on the driving unlicensed matter. Mr. Garing, how are we proceeding?
But Your Honor, this was originally, yes, a driving while unlicensed. I have agreed to amend this charge to a failure to display, to which the defendant will plead guilty to.
And is that a civil infraction or a misdemeanor?
That is a misdemeanor.
All right. So that's 90 days and or 100?
200, but no points.
All right. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor rights for the failed to display ops?
Yes, sir.
You understand that, Mr. Gonzalez, that failing to display ops as indicated is a misdemeanor plea punishable by 90 days and or $200. You understand that? You have the following rights, and I'll walk you through each one of those trial rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses or brought against you. You're represented today by Attorney John Lee. He would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that? You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If you please accept it, to give up the claim, the plea result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty, you'd be giving up the right to appeal issues that may otherwise be available at trial, because you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the failed to display ops instead. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the failed to display ops? Okay. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to July 29th, 2024 at the location of North Cedar Street on Erie in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Excuse me. Were you operating a motor vehicle on North Cedar Street and at or near Erie Street in the city of Lansing, Ingham County on July 29th, 2024? And at that time, you were stopped by law enforcement. Were you unable or did you fail to display an ops or an operator's license for operating a vehicle? Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Garing?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Mr. Garing, is there any way, is there any comment on going to immediate sentencing, or would you like this referred to probation?
Immediate sentencing would be fine.
All right, and Mr. Lee, you're requesting immediate sentencing, I'm assuming.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So the sentence of the court will be immediate. I will Killebrew, no jail time, or there was no, but no jail time. There was no Killebrew. No jail time is associated. We'll set fines and costs, $75 fine, $75 cost. Crime victims' rights fee of $75, state fee of $50 for a grand total of 200. I'm gonna do this again, 150, 225, 275 to the city of Lansing for the misdemeanor plea. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor. He would like 60 days.
60 days to the city of Lansing would be February 17th, I believe. Is that right?
Correct.
So February 17th. So you have till February 17th to make the $275 payment. You can create your own installment plan by going and paying, but it's all got to get paid by February 17th, 2025. All right, sir? All right. Anything else for the record in 24022880, Mr. Garrett?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
You're all set, Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you for your appearance today. Is that Ms. Perez?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, we're here on 20-00963 and 20-00964. That is the city of Lansing versus Valerie Perez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Valerie Perez.
And ma'am, you are Valerie Perez, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, we've reached an agreement whereby the defendant will plead to the failure to stop an ID after an accident, and I will amend the allowing charge to a civil infraction impeding charge.
This is infraction. Impeding traffic on 20-00964.
Correct.
That has $150 fine. I can't remember.
135 in the civil infraction, I believe.
And will be a plea discharge to the fail to stop a PDA, or what's the on 20-00963?
Yeah, it's a failure to stop an ID after an accident. 90 days, $100, 6 points.
Right, and is there any restitution on the fail to stop?
There is not. It was a treat.
All right. All right, so Mr. Lee, I'm going to reiterate the plea agreement, and then you can confirm if that's the case. On file 20-00963, it's a plea to the charge, which is a 90-day misdemeanor and or $100. And then in file 20-00964, it'll be reduced to a civil infraction with a $135 fine that you'll be admitting responsibility for on behalf of your client. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, Your Honor, that's accurate.
All right. May I inquire of your client of their advice, their misdemeanor advice and rights on the 90-day misdemeanor?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Perez, you have the following misdemeanor trial rights in this matter. Failing to display after a property destruction or accident is 90 days and or $100. It's a misdemeanor. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent till proven guilty. You have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. To have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You're represented today by Attorney John Lee. He would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been placed on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You're also giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since we won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading guilty to the failure to stop at a property damage accident. Is it your wish today to plead guilty and waive your jury trial rights on this misdemeanor plea?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to have you raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yeah.
I'm going to bring your attention back to March 8th of 2020 at the offense location of Aurelius Road at or near Hoyt Road in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle on Aurelius Road in the city of Lansing on March 8th, 2020?
Yes.
And at that time, did you fail to stop or identify yourself after a property damage accident to law enforcement or anybody was there? Anything towards the factual basis for the plea, Mr. Garrett?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And so that takes the factual basis for the plea, and then you're going to admit responsibility on your behalf for the allowing us for the impeding traffic, which I believe is the same ticket. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, the impeding would be on ticket 964.
Same ticket.
Yeah, I think it's the same.
Same. it's
Yeah,
the same
yeah,
answer.
sorry, I'm sure we got two there, but yeah, I guess it's a 963.
All right. So pursuant on Aurelius Road at Hoyt on March 8th, 2020, you accept responsibility on behalf of Ms. Perez for impeding traffic. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Gehring, is there any reason we should not go to immediate sentencing concerning 20-00963, that file?
There's not. Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Lee, are you requesting immediate sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll have on 20-00963, the court will order no jail. Fines, the fines will be $50 fine, $50 cost. Crime victims' rights fee of $75. State minimum cost fee of $50. For a total of $225 to the city. And then that's supplemented by the $135 that you would owe on the impeding traffic. So to the city, $35. I'll get a grand total for you there. 225 plus 135. So it'll be 360 in all to the city. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor. She would request 90 days.
All right. So that would be 90 days out would be in March.
March 7th.
So we'll set it for March 17th. So that's $135 on file 20-00964 and $225 on 20-00963. The conviction on 20-00963 will be a misdemeanor conviction, so that will be abstracted. The impeding traffic, I don't believe that is that an abstractable offense? Are there
No,
any points associated with that?
there are not.
Regardless, that'll be 360 between the two files, can be paid by March 17th. You can create your own plan up until March 17th. You can, it's kind of an installment plan, as long as it's all paid by March 17th. All right, ma'am? All right, you'll receive some paperwork from my court officer. Anything else for the record in 20-00963 or 20-00964, Mr. Garrett?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee,
No, Your Honor.
you're all set, Ms. Perez. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. Gehring.
We'll go with Jalen Davis, Your Honor.
So we're on the record in docket 22-02391. That is the city of Lansing versus Jalen Davis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Jalen Davis.
And sir, you are Jalen Davis, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, this was originally a charge of an expired license. Mr. Davis has obtained a valid license at this time, so I'm going to go ahead and dismiss this matter.
And that's a fair statement, Mr. Lee.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the city moves to dismiss without prejudice for compliance purposes. Which is the whole point, right? To make sure you have a license. Anything else for the record in docket 22-02391, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Davis, this has been dismissed without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically today the case is dismissed. All right, sir? All right, thank you for your appearance, you're all set.
Just adjourn.
Some show causes. Right, what's next, Mr. Gehring?
We will go with Leslie Darling, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00046. That is the city of Lansing versus Leslie Darling. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Leslie Darling.
And ma'am, you are Leslie Darling, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to be asking for an adjournment in this matter to obtain a substance abuse assessment.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
And about how many days are we looking at for the adjournment in this matter, Mr. Lee?
To get it scheduled, completed, and get a report back, I would say probably at least 5 weeks.
Okay, so 60 days
60.
would be fair. I mean,
Given our
that would be my
experience
guess. Yeah.
with the other case, I would say.
So,
January 27th. then.
all right. So we'll set it for January 27th at 9 a.m. So it's set for January 27th at 9 a.m. for a second pretrial in order to complete the assessment. Anything else for the record in 24-00046, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Darling, you should be all set. We've set this for January 27th at 9 a.m. Okay.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Mr. Lee is going to work on the next group.
All right, and I think, let me see. Mr. Keski, you're here for your 10 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me pull that up and That's with Jasmine Puente.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, is Miss Puente here?
No, we have not seen.
All right. That's what I
I'll check the
thought.
hallway again, Your Honor.
All right. Because we got about 5 minutes to call that case.
What's up? No hurry, no rush. This guy has a probation
All right,
at 2 p.m. today, probably get a PSI.
Jazz.
Yeah, he's
Case for
just when, because he's not supposed to be here till 1:30 this afternoon.
Hope he's out to one.
Yeah.
But I don't have the file.
It's a eval.
Yeah, I don't have the e-file. We don't have any. No, on the hearing dockets,
Even batch,
the hearing docket, I have nothing, and on the bench,
because I have both your cases. Open batch.
I just got both my cases.
Okay.
on the bench.
I didn't touch a thing, I swear.
I still don't have anything in hearing.
Or you shouldn't have anything in hearing, you should have it in batch. Every now and then I put it in hearing by accident.
Yeah, I've got two. I've got
Two in bench.
But it takes like 5 minutes because it
That's
doesn't
weird
come up.
because Megan watched me do one of them this morning, or listened to me do it, I should say.
I would.
And the other one I did at 6:35 when I got here.
Yeah, it just takes a minute.
Every time you do that, you startle the crap out of me. You know, I just like this program where things just disappear.
But it just takes,
And
it's glitchy.
reappear.
It's just glitchy. It's just-
According to Stephanie, there's many improvements.
Yes.
The editing's a big improvement, but it's still, you can't, we wait on it. We wait a minute for things to get where they're.
So, either long or short, depending on how it rolls.
Let's see, even at its long distance, there's not, I can figure out what they can do. One of the,
There's no stairs. Oh wait, are there stairs? The stairs are crooked. What is wrong with the stairs? I keep thinking about stairs.
you have a lot of pictures of stairs. Yeah. All right, Mr. Keskey, you can come up. Mr. Wilson, are you Mr. Wilson? Because I think we're about, this is a default hearing. All right, so we're back on the, we're on the record in docket 24-07300. And that is Case Real Estate Holdings versus Jasmine Puente. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Keskey.
Good morning, Your Honor. Don Keskey for the plaintiff. Also here is Mr. Kip Wilson from Renaissance Property Management, agent for the owner.
Thank you. This is the time set for a second hearing. The first hearing was held on December 4th, and the tenant had failed to appear. Set it for second hearing today, and it once again appears was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It is now 10:15. It would appear that the tenant has failed to appear for the landlord-tenant second hearing. I've looked in the Zoom courtroom and the physical courtroom, and we've called the hallway, and Ms. Puente is not appeared today. Mr. Keskey, how would you like to proceed?
We would move for a default judgment for possession, Your Honor. This is not a money judgment, but it is for possession, and the amount of Rent is 1,766.00. Cost of 165.69 for a total of $1,931.69.
And what's the 10-day writ date that we're using today?
I guessed at December 27th.
With all the holidays, I think it's the 30th.
Um,
But let's see. I don't,
and
because I know we're not,
27th, yes, because the court is open on the 27th.
okay, so it's the 27th?
Let me email Stephanie. For some reason, I don't think we can count Christmas.
Five, six, 7, 8, 9,
I
10.
think it's the 30th.
Yeah, I don't know what, I
I
know
can't
we're,
remember if we can count Christmas or not. It seems like we couldn't count the 4th of July, but I can't remember when I talked to him directly.
but we're here on the 30th, right?
Yes,
And we're here on the 27th.
yes, but I don't know if we
Oh.
can count 2 business days of
Right.
Christmas.
I would say the safest bet would be the 30th. That'd be the safest bet. Um, With the terms placed on the record, Mr. Keski, do you have a order to that effect with you?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. If you can wait about 1 minute.
Absolutely. Since we just gave you the 10-day date. It may be the 27th, but I think the safest is the 30th.
I think I have it here, Chairman.
All right. Thank you. I am in possession of the default judgment on 2407-300 with the terms placed on the record by Mr. Keski. We're using December 30th as the writ date for the 10-day date. 4A is checked, 5, 6, and 7 are checked. Partial payment will not be accepted. And I am gonna match the appeal date with the 10-day date. Anything, and I will sign it accordingly, 12/17/2020. Right, and then we will sign and scan the original. And you can get a copy for your records, all right, sir?
Okay, thank you. Your Honor.
Anything else for the record in 2407-300, Mr. Keski?
And nothing else.
You
Your
should
Honor.
be all set.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for your appearance today. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good holiday.
You too.
Hopefully I won't be back.
Well, we'll see, but.
Still got half a month almost.
Right.
Yep, thank you.
Mr. Gehring, where are you going in the AG's office?
Actually, I'm heading to unemployment, so I'll be in Lara doing unemployment. I'll be examining administrative law judge decisions on unemployment and then rendering a decision on whether they got it right and then submitting that to the
Right.
commission for review.
That's a good gig.
Yeah, I was an ALJ for a couple of years back when, you know, during the recession.
Right.
And that was pretty much the only growth industry in Michigan was unemployment. And so they needed a few temporary ALJs. So I did that for 2.5 years and always kind of enjoyed it. So
Yeah.
Can you fix Laura?
what's that?
Can you fix Laura, the computer program?
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna walk in there, top of the list.
I found
It always kind of made me
Can you
laugh, but
laugh?
that was,
Mute us.
it was kind of, Laura. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24000710, 24000711, and 24L2845143. That is City of Lansing versus Lakeisha Helmick. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Garrett.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Lakeisha Helmick.
This is the time set for a pretrial on these three matters. It was set for 9 o'clock. It is now 10:49. I don't see Ms. Helmick in the Zoom courtroom or the physical courtroom. We just call the hallway. Mr. Levy, any contact with Ms. Helmick concerning her appearance today?
I have not, Your Honor.
All right.
She was provided a courtesy reset last
I
time.
do think this was a courtesy reset. We set up for second pretrial. As she previously, we didn't know if she got notice, but it was failed to appear. There was a fail to appear, but we set it just in case. It would appear that we have our answer. Mr. Gehring, how would you like to proceed?
At this point, Your Honor, I guess we will be asking for a bench warrant and bond forfeiture.
I don't have it officially as a default last time. And these are all traffic violations. So Mr. Lee, any comment?
Your Honor, I have attempted to reach out to Ms. Helmick via email and via voicemail. I'm not quite certain as to what the issue is because she has already partially complied. And it looks like she's due for a favorable resolution. I would just ask maybe for a 48-hour hold. I can try one more time.
I don't have this technically is the first bench warrant. So we'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold on all of these traffic offenses. That's the improper plates, the no insurance. And the driving while license suspended. All right, anything else for the record in 24000710, 24000711, or the accompanying ticket of 24L2845143, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
No, Your Honor.
Right, you should be all set on Ms. Helmick. We have Adonis Brooks. I have that at 9:30. For 1, 2, 3. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L29077742, 24L2900707741, and 24L29000743. That is the City of Lansing versus Adonis Brooks. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Adonis Lynn Brooks.
This is the time set for pretrial on these three matters. It was scheduled for 9:30. It is now 10:52. I do not see a Mr. Brooks in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody answering that name in the physical courtroom or the hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. Mr. Lee, have you had any contact with Mr. Brooks?
I have not had any contact with Mr. Brooks. The city attorney, Mr. Gehring, has informed me that Mr. Brooks has come into compliance and has a license. So again, here's one that we scratch our head and say, I don't know why he didn't show up.
Right.
But perhaps he didn't get noticed. I don't know.
I'm not sure. Mr. Gehring, how did you want to proceed?
I guess we'll be asking for a bench warrant, Your Honor.
Let's do it with a 48-hour hold on these 3 traffic offenses. I can see Mr. Brooks getting the license and then assuming maybe that these 3 things go away. I don't know, but let's do a bench warrant. So defendant for his failed to appear, bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. That would be on 24 L2907741. Bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. And that would be on 24 L2907742. And then a failed to appear, bench warrant, bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. 24 L2907743. Anything on the record on any one of these 3 files? Mr. Gehring.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
So we should be set on those files. And then I have a Trensario Flowers. Is that one still? I have 1 ticket on that. So we're on the record in docket 21 L2689741. That is the City of Lansing versus Trensario Flowers. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Who is this one?
Oh, you may not be on this
I
one.
don't think I am.
No.
Oh,
Yeah, I have none. Unless your name is NONE in it. They just put it in. Sometimes they put
feels
that.
that way.
Yeah, I know.
I'll do one sweep out here.
Okay.
The public defender's office,
What's that?
the public defender's office withdrew in July of this year.
All right. Gehring. That's anything, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 21 L2689741. Appearances for the record have previously been indicated. This was scheduled for 9:30. It's now 10:56. And it would appear that Mr. Flowers has failed to appear for the landlord-tenant pretrial. What's that?
It's not a landlord tenant, it's a regular pretrial.
Oh, I'm sorry. It
Failure to display.
failed to display pretrial. So the regular pretrial,
There are prior FTAs in this matter.
Mr. Gehring, how would you like to proceed?
We would ask for a bench warrant and bond forfeiture at this time.
So I have a previous fail to appear on January 23rd, and then what looks like an arraignment bench warrant. That one's with postal notice on December 14th. But I will issue an immediate bench warrant and bond forfeiture for the previous fail to appear. Anything else for the record in docket 21 L2689741, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. So we should be all set on that file. And then, Mr. Lee, did you need a moment to speak with Mr. McDon?
Yes, Your Honor.
And we have two, I think we have two, is that two show causes here? Slaviak?
It's one show cause and then there's a pre-trial.
Oh, yeah, but
You
on,
mean a person?
yeah,
Yes, there's two show causes.
which ones are those?
Clara Chrisman and Pearly King. And there's also an iPhone on Zoom. I don't know who they are.
Clara Crispin. Who's the second?
Pearly King. For 11:30.
All right, Miss Crispin, you can come up here.
There.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L2857551 and 24L2857552. That is the show cause for Clara Chrisman on both of these files. And ma'am, you are Clara Chrisman, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This time set for show cause. I have an outstanding balance on the 7552 ticket of $270 and an outstanding balance of 7551 for a balance due of $192. That's why the show cause was issued. Do you need some time to make those payments to the city of Lansing?
I really do. It's been tight.
Okay.
It's very tight.
So it's let's see, 374. It's like 470.
Yeah.
Do you how much time is necessary? If I put it out sometime, you can make your own installment payment, but it's all got to be paid by the date.
Yes, Your Honor. I get paid like twice a month.
All right.
And I have like 2 children at home and I'm also trying to work things out with my husband and it's just like.
So what would be a realistic?
Probably 6 months.
Okay, so I can give you, I can set it out 30, 60, 90, probably 120 days. Okay, I mean, to start 6 months, we get so far out
Yeah.
that, but I can set it out for 4 months for 120 days. And then keep in contact with collections, because you can set up your own plan. And if after that 140-day period or that 4 months, you can actually tell them like, look, all right, it'll be paid in 2 or 3. They'll work with you. Okay. But we'll set it out for the 130, 60, 90, 120 days.
Are you sending it to collections or just?
I'm giving her extension for now.
I'm sorry, I got it.
So,
I appreciate it, Your Honor.
yeah, we'll start with the extension with the understanding that this is, it's between the 2 tickets, it's about $500.
Yes, sir.
It is 462. April 16th.
So it'll be April 16th to the city of Lansing. And that'll be $270, the ticket. And then it'll be April 16th. The city of Lansing. That is for $192. And you can, as long as it's paid by the May 16th, you can set up your own installment plan. And then on that April 16th date, let them know what the finances are and they can go from there. But it may, depending, it may be down to just setting a date for the final couple payments. Okay. All right. You've received notice from my court staff. The show cause, so no warrants will be issued. That's the serious part, because when,
Yes.
because you don't want a warrant out for your arrest over this. Anything else for the record in 7552 or 7551, Ms. Christman?
I'm just apologizing for letting it lapse this long, and I'm really apologetic for it's just a lot that's going on.
I understand. You've got till April 16th on both of them.
Okay.
All right. So, all right, you're all set. Thank you, ma'am.
So much.
And then Miss King. Right, so we're on the record in 24 L28, I'm sorry, 24 24 L283753A. And that is City of Lansing versus Pearlie A. King. And ma'am, you are Pearlie A. King, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a show cause. This is on a debt. I've got $257. I've got 135. What do you got?
Miss King, I show 130.
130. So this is a outstanding debt to the city of Lansing for $130. And Ms. King, do you need some time to make that payment?
Yes, sir, because I paid all those tickets off, as you see,
Yeah.
over 6 month period. But it's the holiday time, I'm not gonna lie, I don't have it, I'm fixed income, I'm total disabled. If I can get, I know it's 130, but I don't pay many hundreds in the last 6 months, and I just don't have it.
So realistically, how long would
90
you?
days.
90 days?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll do a 90-day extension
Yes, sir, thank you
to
so
the
much.
city of Lansing.
March 17th.
So it'll be by March 17th,
Yes, sir.
$130 payment. And you know, you know that you can set up your own plan
Yes,
as
sir,
long as it's all done by March 17th.
Yes.
All right.
I'm hoping when I get my little income
All
tax.
right. All right.
Build the income tax.
That'll be in line or in
Thank you
person
so much.
to the city of Lansing by March 17th by March 17th for the $130 payment. And we'll dismiss the show cause, and you want to stay out of that. That's what you want to stay out of, is the
Yes,
show
sir.
cause cycle.
Yeah, that warrant thing.
Yes, exactly. All right.
It's
So
saying April 17th,
it should said March 17th.
March 17th. I ain't got my glasses.
I'm reading it as of March 17th.
Okay. It just, I have,
I've written March 17th, so if there's any confusion.
oh, I see it.
Okay,
I see it.
all right. You should be all set, Ms. King. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you so much. Happy holidays.
You too.
Judge, there's an iPhone.
I see. On the iPhone, can you please identify yourself?
My name's Adonis Brooks, Your Honor, and I would like to apologize. I'm a little late. I took some new blood pressure medication and sort of forgot the date, but I'm on here now. I'm ready to deal with the matter at hand, sir.
All right. Well, Mr. Brooks, I know we've issued a bench warrant for you.
I'll just reset it.
So, but you are here, but you're here untimely is a problem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
As you've indicated.
It's on a 48-hour.
Is that a 48-hour hold?
Yes.
All right. So we've set a bench warrant with a 48-hour hold. So we'll take your appearance as an explanation why it's late, and we'll reset the pretrial. All right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
So there will not be a warrant issued for your arrest, and we've reset the pretrial for
January 6th.
January 6th at 10 o'clock. It'll be reissued. The pretrial will be adjourned to January 6th at 10 o'clock, and you should get notice sent to your last known address at
6201 Beachfield Drive.
I just want to make sure you're going to get the right notice.
Beachfield Drive, apartment 311.
Is it Beachfield Drive?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. All right. It's been reset for January 6th at 10 o'clock. And Mr. Brooks, I can't stress enough, you should be there right. It's probably a good idea to be there at 9:45.
I appreciate your generosity. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for your appearance, Mr. Brooks. You're all set.
Thank you.
So you let me know when you're ready on McDonald, and then we can probably, well, we got about 5-10 minutes for the FTAs.
We can put Megan on the record. We're just gonna set it for a final pre-trial.
All right. And then we can go ahead and address, I've also got him for a show cause on the Jocelyn. But we know where he is, so, all right. So Mr. Megan, you can come up here. All right, so we're on the record in dockets 24-03000 and 24-01108. But we'll go, let's 24-03000, the defrauding the innkeeper pretrial. Mr. Gehring, your appearance for the record.
Joel Herring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Saeed Mohammed Megan.
Right, and sir, you are Saeed Megan, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is time set for a pretrial in the matter. It's my understanding we're setting this.
Setting it for final pretrial, Your Honor.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
So we'll set for final pretrial,
January 6th at 8:30.
January 6th at 8:30. So we've set for final pretrial on January 6th at 8:30. I think there's some other files out there in regards to Mr. Megan. I'm not sure.
All I have is this one in my system. I have nothing about any other counts.
Oh.
I was looking here for everything, and I've got something for a Magana, but not a Magana or Megan.
And there, I think there's some 55th files. Yeah, I'm just not
This
sure.
is the only thing he has pending here. I believe he has something. He may have something with the circuit.
All right. All right. So we've set a final pretrial on January 6th. Anything else for the record in 24-03000, this defrauding the innkeeper case, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee, anything else on this file?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We're all set on this file. And then Mr. McGon, I have a show cause for an what's the outstanding balance on
Is
this?
it 101?
Yes, 108.
It is Jocelyn is 225. It could be added to his collections file.
That's what I think. Yep. So rather than keep, because we know where you're at. So what we're going to do is I'm going to refer to collections. So you have a collections file. And when you're out and able to meet with collections, they're going to set up some type of payment plan. There's $325 due to the city of Lansing on this file, and I'm just going to refer it to collections.
So you have some other file that has over $1,000.
All right, yeah. So I'm going to refer to collections, the city of Lansing. And then that should set, this will put this with your other file. And then you can address that. If you get notification of any of that, and I don't know, we have you at Deer Path Lane as your previous address, but you might get notification. You want to avoid getting a show cause for that. Right now, I think we know where you are, okay? So we shouldn't have that problem. Anything else for the record, Mr. McGon, Megan, on 24-01108?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to refer that to collections, and you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance tonight. All right, I think that's it for the pretrial files.
We have a,
This is for, oh, yeah, I'm just gonna start calling the show causes.
Oh.
I think we have a probation later this afternoon.
We
I
have
think
a probation.
we have
and
a-
sentencing.
Yeah, we have Mr. Pfeiffer for Mr. Blackman. And that's a sentencing. So, almost done.
Yeah, almost. I
Almost
gotta,
done.
yeah.
So close, Joel, so close.
You know what? Give me one last chance to come up here and visit with you wonderful people.
Absolutely.
Oh, don't worry. Whenever I can't find something tomorrow, I'll be emailing you like, how in the heck?
What is this about?
Oh, it's pulling permits. It drives my husband insane.
I can't imagine having to do that.
Oh, I can always tell when
Yeah.
he's doing it too. Yeah.
I already submitted.
What do you mean there's no back button? This thing is stupid. I hate this program. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
I'll see you guys this afternoon.
All right, take care.
Appreciate it.
All right, so we're on the record. Let's see. Oh,
We got
let's
a
wait a
couple
couple
minutes,
minutes. Yeah.
My mute us.
I think it's vital, but so we're on the record in docket 2402-180. She owes $70. Let's that's a trespass. So let's administratively. So we're on the record in docket 24L2868001. That is the city of Lansing versus Adam Dedepic. And this is scheduled for a show cause hearing at 11 o'clock. It is now 11:20. It would appear that Mr. Dedepic has failed to appear for the show cause. I do not see an Adam Dedepic in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or the hallway. And this is for a $135 fine for a City of Lansing speeding ticket. At this time, we'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. That's all for the record in docket 24L2868001.
The next one, 65.
I have it on. I don't have the unlicensed dog on this. I think you had two files. I have 23-00163 show cause on an unlicensed dog.
It was amended to impeding. I'm not sure how we got there from there, but it's amended to impeding.
Yeah. Let's go ahead, and I'm a little wary of something that starts out as something and ends up something else. So let's, this was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:22. This is a defendant's fail to appear for impeding traffic that started out as a dog ticket. It's set for and so I'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture on the matter for the $65 ticket. That's all for the record in 23-00163 SM. Unfortunately, but I don't know what to do with somebody who completely neglects their responsibilities. And I don't know how I don't know how anybody else looks at this, but all right, so we're on the record in docket 20 TF 24 004772. That is the balance due on $108 payment to the city of Lansing. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear. It was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:24. I do not see a Jamila McCoy in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or the hallway. And it would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause hearing. And the court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture for the balance of $108. That's all for the record in TF 24 004772. And Mr. Al-Kazi, did you just join the room?
Yes, sir.
All right. I have, as a part of that file, that you're all paid up on that file. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just got it paid like three,
All
4
right.
days ago.
All right. You should be all set. We've closed the file with the understanding that you paid it up.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, so I'm all set.
You are. Thank you for your
Okay.
appearance today.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23L28064771. That is the city of Lansing versus David Word. This is the time set for a show cause. It was set for 11:30. It is now 11:39 or 11:40. It appears that Mr. Word has failed to appear for the show cause hearing. I do not see Mr. Word in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or the hallway. And at this time, we'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture for the defendant's non-appearance. That's all for 23L28064771. And then we're on the record in 190361. That is City of Lansing versus Davion Beasley. This is a show cause hearing for the amount of $249. It was set for 11:30. It is now 11:41. And it would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause hearing. I do not see Mr. Beasley in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or the hallway. And at this time, a bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued. And that's all for the record in 190361. Yeah.
Sorry. If it knows I'm in a hurry. it won't.
So.
Yeah.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00151. That is Schneider versus Musa, and I think they've added to this. So it was Tessa Rothmeyer and David Schneider versus Glenn Musa. This is the time set for an adjournment in a bench trial. And where's the can't? With the parties, please introduce themselves for the record. David Schneider's not here at this time. We've checked the Zoom room, the courtroom, the hallway. I'm going to recheck the Zoom room just in case, but the Tessa, I have it as Rothmeyer, is also not here. I'm going to try to, I can't get on base. So we're having all kinds of technological difficulties here, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Okay. We're just, let's see. There we go. And this was previously set for, this was reset for bench trial on September 12th and October 23rd. We started the bench trial. All parties appeared. We took testimony from one witness. We have essentially what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that I've seen unpacked. It's 7 that I've seen as of packets that were all admitted. They were admitted as packets, and then we rescheduled for today's date, which is December 17th. And sir, once you are Glenn Musa, you are the defendant in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time is set, or as indicated before a bench trial. It was set for 2:30. It is now 2:50. It would appear that the plaintiffs have failed to appear today. For the bench trial, Mr. Musa is here. We've started this. Mr. Musa, I'm assuming at this time you're requesting a default judgment dismissal for the fail to appear. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
So we will indicate that for plaintiffs fail to appear today, we're going to issue a dismissal. Of the case. Now, I don't know why Mr. Schneider or Ms. Rothmeyer is not here, but the only thing I could imagine is that that afterwards they would have to have a reason to set aside this dismissal, and I would be the purveyor of that. They would have to explain their absence today. That'd be the main thing. If they're able to do that, there may be an order to set aside. You'd give notice of that. But at this point in time, the case will be dismissed. All right. All right. So I'm in possession of the dismissal on 24-00151. Plaintiffs failed to appear for bench trial. And I am going to sign the order accordingly for the fail to appear. So the case is dismissed without prejudice. You're all set, Mr. Musa.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If you want to wait a second, I can make you a copy.
Yeah, you get a copy of the dismissal.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Then you're going to sign it.